Hello everyone, I'm Bishi, and tonight we are playing more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are playing episode 4 of Resolve, and we're about to do day 2 of the investigation, which to me is sometimes the more fun part. So, let's go ahead and hop in, Joe. Let's just do it. Let's just go for it. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. She is. There she is! Still can't quite believe what just happened. Me either. Because I don't remember what happened. I don't remember, but that's why we have notes, right? It's only day 2? It's only day 2. We had a day of investigation and a day of trial. And now this is the second day of investigation again. Let's see. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Okay, I should probably read my notes. I remember what happened. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so last time we revealed the identity of Mr. Vigil. He was secretly posing as, Gossip. Let's see. Yeah, Gossip / Hugh Boone / Mr. Vigil are the same person. Vigil was fired from Barclay as chief warder, then began peddling on Fresno Street in disguise. He rented the house that Gregson was found dead. After a few years, Gregson recognized him and paid him to impersonate him and make people think that he was working. 10 years ago, Vigil was warden at Barclay. When the professor was supposed to be executed, the professor survived and reanimated from the grave, then was shot. They thought Vigil helped him try to escape execution, which is why he was fired. After that, he may have tried to jump out the window. Yeah. He may have overreacted a little bit. At least he stayed calm, you know? Welcome in, Panda. Howdy. Howdy, howdy. So I guess last time... Yeah, so Mr. Vigil was getting all of these flashbacks. He was starting to remember things that happened, because I guess he had, like, shut it out in his mind. And when all that last part was revealed, he fainted. So now he's at the hospital. Okay. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Right. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? I mean, we're trying to win a case, so, you know. No, there's no boundaries here. We gotta do whatever we gotta do. Bruno! Baby. Oh, Iris.
You were miles away! Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he'd disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own, too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
That's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, Let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. The next chapter is called Herlocking and Popping. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Okay. I don't think there's anything to look at in the room, so let's just talk to her.
Oh, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody.
Hey, Wolf, welcome in. Time to Herlock in. Yes, that's right. Susato agrees.
We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development, too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Hey Zoe, welcome in. Are we deducing D's? What else would we be deducing? Sorry about that, hey everyone. You can't say something and just immediately apologize. Can't do that. You gotta own it. Just kidding. Welcome. I hope everyone's having a good Thursday, right? A good Thursday? A good Friday Eve. A good almost Friday. I successfully took a nap today without being late for stream, so that's good. I took the nap way, way early. All was well. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Reaper's innocence! If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
Weird.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
A man has died, Iris! A man has died! But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Oh, okay. Gotta follow his footsteps. I also took a stream. I took a stream? I took a river to get here. I've also taken a nap before stream. My internet decided I had to be late. That's okay. No worries. Internet makes me late sometimes. Not usually, thankfully. His death was outside of time and space. He died in that Tesseract cube in Interstellar. I've been referencing Interstellar a lot. I don't know. I just think about it sometimes. I really like that movie. Let my baby Iris off the hook. She's too happy-go-lucky for this. She is but a baby, this is true. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Inspecting an inspector?
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the red-headed leak the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the red-headed leak that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my!
Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned. Something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Okay, Ryu. Okay.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
We're gonna go talk to Van Zieks first, I think.
Alright.
To Zieks. And then something they said I wanted to write down. Let's see. Oh yeah, the alibi thing. So Gregson telling Vigil to inspect the Red-Headed League and saying that's what he was doing in his diary. I guess those together kind of add up to, sounds like he's making an alibi for himself. Okay. Get that idea in my brain. Okay. He was having spicy fish and chips. For British people, that would be like one shake of pepper. I hope no British people are watching right now. Oh no. That's why it would be so scandalous. I mean, let's put it this way, at least in this time period, you know what I mean? I don't think they really knew spicy food. But the UK is certainly not known for having good spicy food, I do have to say. I do have to say. I've heard that people who visit will go to, say, like a Chinese restaurant, right? And you know, we have Chinese restaurants here, and they'll go there and try them, and it's just completely different. It's and the thing is like it's not necessarily to do with the source of the food, right? Like Chinese food is Chinese food, but oftentimes people will tailor their food to their customers, right? So that's why Chinese food here in the US is very different from food over there in the UK. But it's just very funny to me that in the UK, the food in general, it's always very not spicy, both in hotness level and in variety. It's I've heard it described as bland. I mean, okay, British people who come here, for instance, and try the barbecue, right? Like Southern barbecue, have like an ethereal experience. It's like nothing they've ever had before, you know? So it's like, there's evidence both ways. There's evidence both ways. they invaded for spices and used none of them. I always hear that. I always hear that. Also because of the type of ingredients that they can get. Yeah, it's always going to be different. Like, speaking outside of, like, the silly, like, bashing we're doing, right? It's an interesting thing how food is so tied up in culture and location and region, you know? It's always going to be different. Even if you call it the same dish, if it's in different places, very, very far away from each other, it is probably going to be pretty different. A hot new upcoming thing in Old Britain, peppers. I love to make Thai food, and there's a lot I struggle to make authentically because I don't live in a state with a heavy Thai or Asian population. Yeah, exactly. It'd be really difficult to make something taste exactly the same. Yeah. Like if I were in California or New York, I would be set. Yeah. Like even here, you have to really go out of your way to go and find ingredients. Like there's nothing nearby that has a lot of ingredients that we like to use when we make like Korean food, Japanese food, stuff like that. We have to travel quite a ways to go and get it, you know? Yeah, it's a struggle. His condition.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinners.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. It's always that one.
But that's amazing, Ruuuvo. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate him.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Ruuuvo.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then. Alright, so we want to talk to Van Zeeks and talk to Vigil.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
No, Ruuuvo, it's a gun. It's stuffed full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine. And I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Let's go! Let's see... Yeah, we're gonna move... Okay, so we have a new location, so that's gonna be Mr. Vigil. I think we should go in the order that they talked about stuff, so we can go to the prison first and talk to Zeeks and see what he says, and then we can go see Mr. Vigil. Hey broski, welcome in. How you doing? I live in California, I still have to drive like an hour to get Korean ingredients. There you go! Doesn't always matter what state you live in, just where you are in the state, I guess. Yeah. And then, like, it's interesting, too, because within the same state, you know, the same area, there might be, like, more of a higher population of a certain culture versus other areas. Like, there might be more Chinese restaurants in one city and then more Korean restaurants in another city, you know, and it's just all impacted by the people who live there and how many live in the area and start their own businesses and things like that. But yeah, it's interesting because like we've traveled all around the state, and there's definitely like a higher concentration of some restaurants versus others depending on where you go. But you know, I'm just happy that where we are, there's a lot of Korean places and a lot of Japanese places, because those are probably my like top two, some of my favorite kinds of food, for sure. I've craved fish and chips a lot, and they're likely to be a spot you can walk up to in Britain. Meanwhile, I can just walk to a hole-in-the-wall place and find pupusas like it's nothing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. God. I need to eat more pupusas. They're so good. Okay. Prison time. Time to go to prison, chat. 2nd November, local prison, cell 1.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. I thought he was just gonna ignore us. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? He actually said sorry.
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. You're being nice to me. It's weird. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend. Oh, of course. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm ready to take notes. Tell me something important. Your redemption arc? Is it happening? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone's using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
Oh, it's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. That's what I figured.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! I was suspicious. I didn't want to believe it. Gregson? The Reaper? Yeah... I felt like it was starting to go that way. So... the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard, There's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. You know what? This checks out. I take back my O. No, he just ate fish and chips. It was silly. That's what he wanted us to think. He fooled us all. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is why, yeah, Mr. Vigil was posing as him all the time. Okay. So, we think Gregson is the tactician behind the Reaper killings, using Vigil as his alibi. So it's like he's the Reaper, but also not exactly. But he's part of the group that organizes it. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what?
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Wait, what? Shin? Oh. I forgot we learned this name already. I totally forgot. What was the fan translation? Miss Assassin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. I was about to ask if you remember. No, I mean, now that it's showing me, I was like, oh yeah, I guess it did tell me that name already. I re-experienced seeing that name for the first time. I had to experience that absolute disbelief twice. Great. Okay. So... I call her Swan Lady. Swan Lady who killed, this game's Watson. I don't remember his name. Killer of Watson's real name was Assassin. Zeke says she's the killer in the Reaper cases. Okay. Oh, you forgot, but I'm sure it's better than the... Okay. If anyone knows the fan translation of this name, let me know. I always think it's interesting seeing the differences in those. I love their obvious names. It's so much fun. Funny names are funny. Just... it always surprises me, you know? The things they come up with. Yeah. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Oh, Wilson. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. Okay. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? So have no murders happened since she left?
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
Asa-shin. I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Then we have to talk about Asogi. Okay, I forgot that she died, so... I don't remember that case very well. But she was killed at the beach, I remember that. It's iffy with forward names mostly. The game that suffers the most of this is Spirit of Justice. We will get to that later. Oh god. Yeah, that'll be the next Ace Attorney game that we play. Tried looking up the fan translation. All I'm finding is Anne Sasha. Huh. Anne Sasha. Is there meant to be a pun there? I don't see it right away. I believe that's the Japanese name and not the fan translation. The Asashin? Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all in his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, Professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He was not corrupt. That's what you think. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. Saved your life? How did that happen? Okay. More lore. More Zeke's lore. When you write Anne Sasha in katakana, it looks like assassin. Interesting. Okay. They didn't have to translate the names, they stuck with the original because Japan. Right. Yes. Okay. Live your life. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yes, Van Ziek's alright. We got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, Professor. Okay, so I'm trying to get this timeline right. Alright. So, Clint is killed. Then Zeke's and Professor, I'll just call him Professor, I guess, are attacked. And Professor says Clint won't forgive him if he lets Zeke's get killed. He saves his life. Okay. That will probably be very important later, I am sure. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
Professor, the Reaper and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Okay. I guess we'll do that next instead of, going to talk to Vigil. Okay. Even though I'm pretty curious, but it's fine. Okay, Waterloo Hotel. November, Great Waterloo Hotel foyer.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
A wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Papa!
Ah, Father! Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So, you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hee hee!
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? Surprised. You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. We all just need some encouragement sometimes, you know? What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today, that was Barrack, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no. A friend of yours was killed.
I'm scared that she's gonna find out right now. Oh, Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend that the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. But then there's an option to talk about it! Oh my...
I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind.
Okay, so they're leaving so we can talk about it. Well, that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year at Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? And then why would they kill Wilson? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family. I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Okay. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back! With cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris!
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
I feel like Iris is too smart and she's gonna catch on to something going on here.
Yes, I am sure you're right, Iris.
I don't know. No. How does she still not know? I guess the problem is, like, her father's name is John H. Wilson, but I guess they can't confirm that the man called John H. Wilson in Japan was her dad, necessarily. And so no one really wants to tell her because there's not 100% certainty that it was him. But it's like, how many John H. Wilsons are there? I don't know. And then he disappeared and that guy died. So it's like, it's a little weird to me, but we continue. I haven't seen Judge Jikoku for a while, have you? With the epic beard. That guilty is still ringing in my ears. Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jikoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. Proposed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
Is this going to be important later? I'm like scanning it for details. That fan is a murder weapon. It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." The commemorative photograph has been entered. Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jikoku's arrival in London for the symposium. Jikoku is the murderer! None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Oh! You want me to do...
What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo?
Oh, we can't leave Iris!
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father...
Please, pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Ooh. Yes. All right.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
Don't make the baby cry! The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Things are getting messy. Jikoku committed murder with his beard. We don't know how, but it was the beard. Take the baby with you now. We'll put everybody in a suitcase. Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
Look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? I mean, I don't know how long he planned to stay.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he would love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course. It's so obvious. Oh! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
Hurley! Where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question!
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father's sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
It's a mustache. Never seen a mustache before? He doesn't even grow facial hair, I don't think. He doesn't know. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this sent. Unshaven?
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. And like that, he's gone. But wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
Well, hold on! Hold your horses! Oh, I don't get to look at it.
And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. I guess we'll move on then. I guess let's go to Mr. Vigil then. Sholmes wants Sato's dad to send a telegram to Japan. Serious Sholmes means we should panic. Something is wrong. Alright. Saint Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Why is the top of the dresser, like, blurred? Why is that blurred? That is weird.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, there he is.
Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too.
You just missed him. Oh, Cosma beat us to it.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. The truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you would rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... possible. Could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Okay. Alright. I can't get over kindly unshaven father. Like, what did he mean by this? The melodrama. I know, his poses. He's so drama kid coded. Crazy how many characters in this game pose like they're in JoJo. I love it so much. I was about to say he's Vogue. I know. I honestly... I love the dramatic poses he does. I actually kind of like this character. Gregson's request. I like his silly hair and his silly eyebrows and his beautiful eyes.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations. I would take his identification and impersonate him. He would pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf.
Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's ID around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's ID and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
I mean, even with his outfit and his look, he literally looks like he's from Part 5 of JoJo. He literally looks like a stand user that Giorno would have had to fight in Part 5. You know? He's just been ripped out of the pages, I swear. That's what the inspector asked me to do.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's ID to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Which he was already dead by that point anyway. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. Alright, let's take some notes. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Oh, I didn't even think of that. Okay, Barclay inspected everything that went in and out of the prison, except for the coffins. Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. Interesting. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Vigil was supposed to inspect coffin and nail it shut. Someone already did it.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Vigil says it wasn't him. That rules him out. We don't have to worry about him anymore, I guess. Yep, I'll take you at your word. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he had done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. So he admits he killed somebody at some point in time. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. He said. Okay, he says specifically ending another human's life. The verdict was no surprise. I don't know, he was really polite. I'm sure he didn't do anything. If you're nice enough, you can get away with murder, apparently. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep up his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? It is unusual. Of course, he had been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Why not? Man. It's like so dehumanizing, like you can't write anything down in your last days of living. Oh. Apparently he got away with it anyway, but you know. So Genshin was allowed to have stuff in his room, but he wasn't allowed to have anything to write. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet... All right then. Well, what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Okay. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep it. Then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
Oh, okay.
Even more.
I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean? That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming it can't have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence.
I was about to say, like, how does he know about it?
In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. I feel like this is all going to be very important, so I'm taking more detailed notes than usual. What's his name again? Aiden. And he's the prison governor. Okay. I keep forgetting what his title is, what his name is. I could just call him Vigil's boss, I guess. Only, he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Okay. I wonder if we should go talk to Caden. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Oh, and that was not very rude at all. Stumped gamers! My goodness. Thanks so much for the raid. Y'all are spoiling me this week. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I saw that y'all were playing some more Veilguard. Jazz, I think this is like... Is this like your second playthrough, I think? And it's like modded and stuff. I keep meaning to stop in, but I just haven't been able to yet. But welcome in, y'all. I hope y'all had a great time with Jazz. Welcome in PC Man and Ash and Zarinth and Wilty. The third, oh my god, 3 playthroughs, my goodness. Really like that game, don't you? Welcome in, Aya, as well. If you're new in here from the raid, my name is Bishi. We are currently playing some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are in the 4th case of the game where we're defending Beric Van Zeeks, who is, we like to call him Vampire Daddy. Because he looks like a vampire and he's kind of hot. So anyway, that's not him. But yeah, we're working on a case today in this game. I'm also a huge fan of Yakuza. I'm currently playing Kiwami for the 2nd time, but I've played all the other games and looking very much forward to Pirate Majima. But yeah, that's me. Welcome in, y'all. We were just interviewing this guy. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. That was Mr. Vigil. He's... Oh! Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing! Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. Uh-huh. I'd be very grateful if you would make no mention of the things I told you about them. Huh? Presumably for some good reason? What do you mean? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. Are they gonna kill you? I understand. You're gonna take him out. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. That's what I've been thinking the whole time. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind...
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
That's who I thought we should go to, even though he just said, please don't tell anybody I told you this.
Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Oh, just sadly sitting on the bed. Okay. Anyway. Going to Barclay now. It's a new place. Prison governor's office. Okay, we'll go here. Behold, this man vogues sadly for us. Yeah, he's kind of like a... He feels like a JoJo character. He poses all the time. It's a very eccentric outfit and look. Okay, I just need to write down a little note. Okay, Sogi Papers is the name of Genshin's will. Supposed will. I don't know what it is. Might have had to do with his escape. And is a closely guarded secret. I have so many typos in my notes because I'm trying to type as fast as I can to get back to the game. It looks like nonsense, but I understand it, and that's what matters. Back to the room with the poor bird in a cage that's only as big as itself. Terrible. Barclay Prison Governor's Office. Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. Okay, I gotta remember how to do this accent again. The last time that I voiced this guy, I literally had to go listen to Shrek talking. You know, from Shrek the movie. Because his accent is supposed to be like Shrek's accent, I guess. And I still couldn't quite do it. I try to do accents. I'm not amazing. But yeah, he's supposed to have a Scottish accent, so I'm trying. Trying. Welcome in, Anna. The Shrek. The one and only. Yeah, time for bad Scottish accent. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to Scottish people. I'm sorry to non-Scottish people. What was some other examples? It was if you had to change your fate, would you? Like, that's also Scottish, right? At least you were brave and try it. I couldn't. I usually try all the accents. Like, if they're French, I try to do French. If they're Italian, I try to do Italian. And I mean, I just constantly say, I'm sorry if it's really bad, but it is what it is. I know we only have some, we have a command for a warning for British and then a warning for American. And that's it. I'm sorry. I can only attempt a bad German accent. Oh, I want to hear it though. I don't think I've heard it before. Okay. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. Laddie does nae work here no more. Your case is nowt to do with Barclay. I would nae like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Chop chop. Aye, Kimmer. You ken very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
I don't think they're very good, though. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. I almost thought he was just gonna drop the teacup. Did I no say? Greggson's death is naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. The expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Okay. And now we'll ask him about it. We shall see. I have the best image of Bishi watching Shrek with a notepad and taking notes. Well, what happened was, the last time he popped up, and I was trying to figure out what his accent even was supposed to be. And then chat told me, and then we all kind of figured out that it was Scottish. And I was like, okay, I don't know how to do that. I can kind of try Irish and, you know, British ones and different things, but I've never tried to do Scottish ever. And then people told me, well, Shrek's accent is technically Scottish. I was like, oh, okay. I literally pulled up a clip from Shrek, and we just all listened to it. And I was like, trying to copy what Shrek was saying. It didn't really help. I think thinking of, what's the movie called? Brave? I think that was more helpful to me. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I had to get into character. It was a struggle. So far, your stream looks cool. Looking forward to watching more, but I've grown tired and it's early midnight. Wish you all good night. No worries, Will. Thank you so much for hanging out and joining in with the raid. I hope we see you again soon, but either way, I hope you have some good rest, a good night, and we'll see you later. Going back to how culture influences so much. It's funny how in English, Shrek is synonymous with Scottish, but for us Latin American people, we associate all the movies with aggressively Mexican jokes. Oh, really? Oh, yes. Thank you for the plug, Ruuuvo. If you haven't already, we have a survey that you can take if you would like to. If you have watched the streams before, or even if you haven't, if you just want to do something, if you're bored and want something to do, every year for the past couple years, we've been doing something called Best of Bishi Awards, which we shortened to Bob. And it is where I send out a survey and people get to vote on all of their favorite clips from the past year, their favorite moments, favorite playthroughs. They get to vote for games they want me to play in the coming year. It's kind of a way for me to also figure out like what games people want me to actually play in the coming months. And then we do a fun award stream like a month or two later so that everyone has time to fill it out. Revealing the results, and we have fun little clip compilations, and there's also viewer awards for people, you know, who clipped the most last year, drew fan art, things like that. Just kind of to recap the last year, rewatch all the funny clips that we have, and also recognize some of the community members that contribute to the community. And yeah, and this year I also want us to play some Jackbox together at the end. I think that'd be really fun. So yeah, it's just supposed to be a fun little silly thing that we do once a year. Most subscribed, Ruuuvo, probably. Yeah. I think Ruuuvo's usually #1. Or tied with somebody. But yeah, there's the link there in the chat if you would like to go check it out. Of course, spoiler warnings for any of the games that are mentioned. There's clips from, like, the full playthroughs and everything, so... if you haven't finished the games that are listed, of course, like, don't watch the later clips and stuff, but... yeah. Oh, my go-to is usually Lord of the Rings, listening to Pippin when trying to remember Scottish. Yeah, see, like, I struggle to remember all the different Scottish characters, but I definitely have watched a lot of media with Scottish characters. I can't remember. Friendly reminder to Bob for the Bob Awards, aka the Best of Bishi Awards. Let's see if I get defeated for the, who says the most dumb shit award. I think you mean the one who's the most quoted, okay? Okay. And we'll have a quotes compilation. I just try to make it as fun as possible. Okay, 10-year-old legacy. Murderer's botched execution. The whole miserable escape. For Barclay's darkest hour, aye. Shock and embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye. Shame. Coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. My chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. Kinda just doing a British accent, it's fine. Mr. Bishi is a gay old time, and I love it. I love that you love it. Y'all are funny, I have 100% have competition. We'll see. We'll see. There are some contenders, yeah. I'm excited to make the quote compilation, because I haven't looked at all the quotes from last year yet, so I liked putting that together last time. Every year I try to do new stuff and different stuff just to make it a little bit more interesting, but this survey is probably the longest ever, and I don't think I'm going to try to make it any longer next time, so if I want new categories, I'll just delete old ones, you know? But a lot of those categories were just based on what kinds of clips there were. That's why I came up with a lot of different ones, but next year's will certainly be different.
Okay, Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
A rascal would nae say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? But never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I dinna like to say. That's just Vigil trying to get out of it. You no think he would nae jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, and I shun all responsibility myself. Shouldn't I have let him deceive me? Actually, there's barely anybody that kens on what went on at the time knew. Gregson having been murdered, Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with note, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Okay. I suppose if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division. Maria Gory.
Maria Gory?
Aye, Scythe's daughter.
Oh, right, the daughter.
She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Ah.
Mama, what is this?
I don't remember what voice I gave her. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gory. We could do with talking to her. Okay. We'll do that next. Got it. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure. But I dinna ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mam, working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. Decided to do the same with her own life. I understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right. And the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Goth as hell.
Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. And you no give up on this, laddie. Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Can you no just stay away now? Leave me alone and dinna come back here, eh?
But I have one more question. I'm sorry, I have one more question.
How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in this prison who'd have heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? Professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Aye, right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? Jimmy? But then, after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Heavers no! You're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. To my mind, it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers. They could be fake.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, nae doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the Stramash are the slyster of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
Alright, papers have been entered into the court record. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing afore you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes?
Those papers are naught to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
Well, you're not the highest order of the government. You're not my boss. You're not my dad. I understand. Ryu understands, but I don't. I make no promises. Okay, so we gotta talk to Maria. Maria. Where is she? Oh, I don't have anywhere to go. How do I go see her? They say where she would be? think so. Okay, well, this is Mr. Vigil. We haven't gone there. That's Seeks. This is where we are. This was, Sasato's dad. That's probably gonna be Strongheart. She could be there. This is Sholmes' house, and then Sholmes' house. Maria from Shadow the Hedgehog? I wish I remembered that, like, quintessential Shadow song. I don't remember any Sonic songs except, Follow me, set me free. That's it. Okay, let's try here. Maria. I still need to watch, Sonic 3. I haven't watched it yet. If y'all know it's streaming somewhere, let me know. Preferably not for rent or anything. Preferably on a streaming service, but... Okay, 2nd November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Oh! I just love his outfit. Kazuma. Not even a hello? I left without saying a word. He's my best friend. Why'd he leave like that? Yes. What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeeks' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Tell me where the daughter is. None of these are about the daughter! Okay. Oh well. I know he's rude, but help, I find him so hot. No, I get it. I think from the second that he popped up on screen, we established that he is a hot man. But I have my suspicions of his motives. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. At the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. I guess he doesn't believe in coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally, you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death.
And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Cosima? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. But that's what all these gears are about. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? What does that mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I guess we'll go talk to Cosima.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Cosima's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. So, prosecutor's office. Oh, he's just in Van Zieks' office. Okay. Interesting. That he can be in here when Van Zieks is in prison. Prosecutor's office. Oh. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
And then there's, like, actual bats in here. Like, there's a reason we call Zeke's Vampire Dad. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you would fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's speaking so formally. Y'all are supposed to be best friends! The heck? It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidence I think that's supposed to be series. A bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance, so I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I had moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
So you remember the law, but nothing else? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Oh! Just a baby! When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me.
Oh.
Then, one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh.
Oh no.
That's a terrible way to find out. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. And I wonder who sent it. Love how characters always have the same hairstyle since childhood, right? Like, we always talk about this when it comes up, but it's like, I guess there are probably people out there that like always have the same haircut, but most of the time, I feel like most people go through several haircuts until they find the one that they like. You know? Me personally, I've had so many different types of haircuts. There was definitely a period of my life where, a long stretch of time where I had like the same haircut basically. But, you know, like I'm always trying to change it up, do different styles and stuff. So I appreciated Teen Ichiban looking different than his adult self. Right, yeah. I do like that because it just makes it feel more realistic. When they have the same exact hairstyle their whole life, it's a little less believable. Teenager Kiryu versus grown Kiryu having the same swept back killed me. Right? Like, he found one look and he kept it. He was like, nope, this is what suits me the best. He only just now in the recent game changed it. That's the only time. Alright, letter from Britain. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter, but someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
Still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor, and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So, instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Oh, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. Dang. Kazuma's very, very intelligent. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I think I should probably write that down. So, Kazuma learned the truth of his father when he got a letter from Britain. Someone cursing the Asogi name. Even included a newspaper clipping. Which, it could be someone that, like, purposely wants Kazuma to know the truth for some reason. And is writing it in a way that makes it sound like they're related to a victim. You know, I can definitely see that having some kind of deeper meaning or something like that. What we learnt today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So funny, I guess lawyering is an actual word. I always think it sounds like a ridiculous word that sometimes I'll use it in my stream titles like, more lawyering today, but I guess it's real. Hey Alan, welcome in. He has a British sword and a Japanese katana. True, yes. Got a sword from each place. He's gotta cover all his bases, you know. Gotta fight justice in both countries. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector?
I think it's Strongheart, but don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Yes, Varric Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. Huh? And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. Damn. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Cosima. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Interesting. So, Cosima thinks, or Cosima knows Gregson is tied to the Reaper, but he believes, I mean, of course he's the prosecutor, so he's trying to prove that Van Zeeks is the Reaper, so I guess it makes sense he believes it for real. Believe that Zeeks is the Reaper killing people, whereas we have found out that it is probably Assassin. Oh, what a name, what a name. And then what else did he say? And he blames Zeeks for the death of his father. Okay. Important to know. I guess I'm still trying to find the daughter. We could go back to Sholmes' suite. I'll just write it here. Sholmes' suite we could try, which I don't... He's not gonna be there, but... You know. Tried that, we tried that, tried that. Fresno Street room. Okay. So I guess we'll try those two places first next, and then if we don't find her there, we'll try any other place we haven't been to. But before we keep going, we are about halfway through with the stream, so I am gonna go take a little 5-minute break to rest my voice, maybe get some more water, stuff like that. Feel free to get a drink yourself or a snack, what have you. I will be back soon and we'll keep investigating the case. BRB. Alright. I'm back. Hello. We're gonna do more Ace Attorney. I also got myself some tea in this little... this bird mug. Bunch of different little birds on it. I got this for Christmas. And it's a color changing mug, so all of the birds are just like a silhouette until you put warm water in and then all the colors come out. I could probably name at least a third of the birds on here. Honestly. Yeah, I recognize a lot of them. Anyway. Love my birds. Okay. So, we are probably going to try the Fresno Street room first. Let's go. Yeah, there's some new stuff here. Okay. Room on Fresno Street. It doesn't look like there's anyone to talk to, though. Just the police officers. But I guess let's look at everything again, just in case. Yeah, even the cops have, like, a check mark, like I already talked to them. Okay. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, history of Lord Van Zeeks' defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
Oh my. It really doesn't bear thinking about.
Photograph of Mrs. Vigil.
Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big, twisted lip.
Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly.
Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me.
Now that you say it, I have to agree.
It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character.
People really are very hard to fathom at times.
I don't know if there's anything important here. But we'll check nevertheless so we don't get stuck later. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say.
Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left.
So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Just like we always say, if only they didn't pick up that gun.
Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine?
Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I forgot about that! I would have turned and run a mile for sure.
Which may not have done you any favors either.
God, he was on trial. It turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed?
Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry. When I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind.
Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty.
Got the wig. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yes.
They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb.
I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
I suppose that's true.
You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
I wasn't! This revolver. Just who does it belong to?
Well, we know it's of the same type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
But Gregson's own gun was found on his person.
And of course, Lord Van Zeeks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all.
And I wish you every success.
Never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key.
I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man.
It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. Isn't that what we talked about earlier?
I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, he had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. Alright, there's nothing here for us, so... I guess we will try going back to, Sholmes' suite. There's Iris, which we already talked to. Well, I do notice the mask on the table. Maybe let's look at that. Oh, we already did. Okay. I did not remember that. Okay. What have we not tried, then? We haven't gone up here. Oh, there's something up here. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. It's probably just talking to Sasato on what to do. Yeah, okay. I'll do that if I can't think of anything, but I don't think she's gonna say, oh, the daughter is over here, you know. Okay. Do I need to present something to someone, maybe? No, there's nothing about the daughter anywhere. He's still just sitting there. Okay. Weird. I have no idea how we're supposed to talk to the daughter, unless that's not what we're supposed to do right now. Let's, present the Asogi papers, quote-unquote, to Mr. Vigil, because that contradicts what he said. That's probably what I need to do. Oh, I can't present. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, that just went out the window immediately. Maybe I can show them to you. Kazuma, what do you make of this? Oh, he's not gonna care. There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. Though it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Okay, so that was not it. What about a picture? It's not evidence, though. It's just a photo. Okay, never mind. Just go to every single person and present everything we have. Yep, I could do that. Do you have a newspaper? Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I'm just gonna assume I don't need to show anything to Cosmo because he's saying not to show him anything. If anything, I think the papers would have been something to show him, but... yeah, that would take forever, so I'm trying to think of it logically. But at this point, I think I need to show something to someone, because I've gone everywhere. So, who is there? So there's Iris. Let me get my handy-dandy, chunky post-it notes. So there's Iris, there's Kazuma. There is Zeke's. Maybe I can show Zeke's the Asogi papers? I cannot present to, Vigil. And then there's, the governor, but I don't know if he's still there. He might have left. Yeah, the chunky post-it notes. Okay, I can present. Let's see. What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Okay. He's just like, no, shut up. Shut up and leave me alone. Okay. Let me check and see if that Scottish guy is there. He is still here. Okay, so... we talked about her. Do I have any? I don't think I have any evidence that would point to her, so I don't know. Was that the papers to you, I guess? Governor Caden, would you have a look at this? Oh, wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this. Or maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh? No, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. Okay. I could show him something else. Yeah, I'll keep showing him stuff. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the raid, Cupcake. Welcome in. Cupcake raid. Holla if you like Pokemon foods. I think I do. Are we talking about food that's featured in Pokemon? Are we talking about food for Pokemon? Are we talking about food made from Pokemon? Well, what are the specifics here? Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for that raid, Cupcake. Let me get a shout out for you. Were you playing Pokemon? You were doing some just chatting. Well, if you played any Pokemon, let me know. Yes on all three. Oh, all of the above. Interesting. Welcome in, Pocky. Foods based on Pokemon are my personal thing. Ooh, so like an onigiri that looks like a Snorlax or something like that. Yes, that's always very cute. With Dex, it might be a mix. Hey, I get it. I get it. Exactly. Okay, yeah. No, that's very, very cute. Lovely stuff. Well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, of course, Cupcake. Welcome in, Pocky and Pikachu Master. Welcome in, Jess Jurassic Park. I love your username. I think I got everybody. Oh, welcome in, Jake, as well. Welcome in, y'all. How are y'all doing? How is your stream, Cupcake? What were y'all talking about? What were y'all doing? Let me know all about it. My name is Bishi, if you're new here. We are playing some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm in the second to last case of this game. We're playing Resolve right now. And we are defending a character called Van Zeeks. He is not in front of me right now. Let me go find him. I'm actually a little stuck at the moment, trying to figure out what to do next, but it's alright. I'll figure it out eventually. Thank you so much for the follow, Mary. Welcome in. This is Van Zeeks. We call him Vampire Daddy because he looks like a vampire, and some people would want to call him Daddy, so, you know. But we're defending him in court. Right now we're investigating and trying to find evidence to help us prove that he's not guilty of doing a murder. And I'm just a little stuck on what to do next. I might ask chat for help, but I'm still kind of figuring it out. But anyway, welcome in, y'all. I am a fan of Pokemon, actually. I haven't played Pokemon on stream in forever, though. But I have played a few games on stream. I am mostly a huge fan of the Yakuza series, if you've ever heard of it, or Like a Dragon. That's probably the main game series that I stream. And also love Ace Attorney. I've played the original trilogy, one of the Apollo games, and now this series. I'm trying to finish Chronicles, and then get back to Apollo, and then do Investigation. So I'm trying to play all the games that have been localized recently. And yeah, I also like to play other random games here and there. We're also playing some Dead Space remake and stuff like that. But yeah, just kind of all over the board. Let me just catch up with chat here. Okay, I have an idea. I've been lurking, so I wasn't paying close attention. Do we meet the coroner yet? The coroner as in Dr. Scythe? We can't see her because she doesn't have visitors. We're trying to find her daughter because I'm pretty sure that's who we need to talk to next. But I could be wrong. Maybe I need to do something else. I was trying to present evidence to the prison governor who mentioned her. So that would probably be the most obvious choice of how to learn where she is. I might even talk to him about her again and see what he says exactly, because I don't know. I think we need to talk to her, but it might not happen right now. Oh, we were playing Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, nice, nice. Were you doing anything specific in Scarlet? I had a lot of fun with Scarlet. There's a lot of really cute Pokemon introduced in that game. I never finished the DLC. I was having fun with it, but I was streaming it, and then a bunch of games came out, and I focused on that and just completely forgot to go back to Scarlet, but I was working on the first DLC. I haven't even done the second one. I might just play them on my own. I don't know. I don't know if I'll stream them anytime soon. There's too many games. There's way too many games in my backlog right now. Also, I'm bad at math. Welcome to the club. I hate math. Oh. Maybe the death certificate? Okay, yeah, maybe. Vampire Daddy's upon us. You know, it's a good way to get Bishi back on Pokemon. Yeah. I do this recap every year of the past year of streams called Best of Bishi, or Bob for short. And it's just a way for people in the community to vote on all of their favorite moments and clips and stuff like that. And it has links to all of the clips if you wanted to go and watch them or do something fun. And I compile all the results, and then we do a fun reveal stream where I have like clip compilations, and I give out awards to some viewers and stuff. If they made a lot of clips last year or made fan art for the streams, things like that. And we just have fun together and kind of recap the last year's stream. But yeah, that's what that is. Called Best of Bishi. We call it Bob around here. Yeah, welcome in, you guys. I'm very glad to have you. Like I said, I'm kind of stuck, so let's go figure that out. I think we need to talk to this guy some more. Someone suggested showing the death certificate. Which I think it was like mentioned in the conversation, so that does make sense. So, okay, that's the autopsy report for Gregson. Do we have anything like that? I have a photograph of Vigil. A letter. There's a dismissal picture. We got a wig as evidence. Have we met the coroner yet? You mean Dr. Scythe? Or... I'm trying to think of who you're talking about. We're trying to find the daughter of Dr. Scythe. Yeah, that's the governor of the prison. These are the people that live on the street. These are the redheads. I don't know who you mean. The coroner for Gregson? Let me look at the thing again. Yeah, the coroner is the daughter. That is Dr. Scythe's daughter. We have not found her. I'm trying to find her. I know what we need to do. Okay. The coroner is the daughter. So let's show him the autopsy then. Like y'all said. Okay. Oh, I don't think he wants it. Would you have a look at this? No, he doesn't care. Okay. You're getting close to just you. Okay. I think we have to present something to this guy. At the very least. Which is weird because, like, this is the only thing that has a connection to Maria that I could show him. Or I show this to someone else now that I know that we do have her name somewhere. Because I was thinking I didn't have anything with her name on it. So let me just quickly go present that to everybody because that's my next idea. And if that doesn't work, we'll go back to the governor again. So we can show stuff to Zeke's. Cosma, Iris. Okay. Let's try Zeke's, I guess? Maybe he'll know where she is. You care about that? You don't. He doesn't care. Okay. Then... Cosmo? I want to show stuff to Vigil, but I can't present anything to him right now. Now, Cosmo kind of wrote me off earlier, but we'll see. It was Cosmo, of course. I remember even saying, like, I don't think I need to present anything to him because he said that I shouldn't present anything to him. Why does the game always do that? It's like, oh, don't do this. But actually, secretly, you're supposed to do that, okay? It's my literal thinking, literally screwing me over. The game said not to, so I better not. It's pointless. Gotta drink my tea before it gets cold. It's very mean like that. I know. I guess he's the answer. Okay. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Haven't we been there before? Why do we not know? You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Okay. We got it. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this.
Oh.
You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Haruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Haruma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might.
I'm just imagining the sword being like right here in his face. Just like, oh, yep.
Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Haruma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor. It was an honor!
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I knew he was gonna say that. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeek's given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well,
unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I can't let you do that. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I mean, you're trying to make one of the people in the courtroom a prisoner. Technically. If you want to be technical about it.
I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Alright, bye, Cosmo.
Finally! Finally! I knew you would reach the answer eventually, so I didn't even offer a hint. Yeah, it's fine, you know. Like I usually say, like, I don't usually want hints unless I ask for them. But I feel like when I'm stuck in the investigation portion on, like, the situation just now, like, I don't know where to go or how to, like, find her. A little push in the right direction is, like, not the worst thing in the world. Like, it's alright. Try my best not to say anything until they come up with it first, but I'm also very bad at not helping. Yeah, it's okay. It's like the least egregious backseating to me, because as long as you're not just saying, go present this to Kazuma right now at 5 o'clock and make sure that the controller is sideways, and that's how you do it. You know? Forensics laboratory. Oh, she's really changed it up in here. Look at all the plushies. Oh my god. We are about to meet a goth princess. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? He's a scaredy cat. This is an RPG Maker horror now.
What was that?
Flesh being torn from bone? Oh. Dr. Gory? What? That noise before...
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No, no, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Not the tisk. Is that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Is that really sharpening that? Seems counterproductive, right? Oh no. One of them's gonna get dull. Sorry, I gotta make sure my voice stays... well... lubricated, you could say. With some tea. The tea yesterday, when my voice started going, was so helpful. By the end of stream, I didn't feel a sore throat whatsoever, so... I think I'm just gonna make some warm tea, like, every stream until I feel like I don't need it anymore. It's cold anyway. It's a cold room in here. Okay, let's... I guess we can look around a little bit first, because it's a little different. There's all these plushies and things. This looks different to before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look.
Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
That's quite different to what I'd imagined. Okay. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying. There are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers.
Oh yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Alright, I think that's really all to look at. Everything else we technically saw before. We could look at the mask, but let's just talk to her. Time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
Huh? For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. What? Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay, so I need to show something to her now. Great! Alright, let me try to figure this out. It's probably just showing her the autopsy report. Dr. Gori, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But, there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Surprised. But I'm calling you out! There she is.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
There we go. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By who?
Male Strongheart. The Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart did?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything.
Was there some reason you didn't? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Give it here, then.
She's scribbling so furiously.
There.
You've written... What?
What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
But...
Okay. The autopsy report from the examination of Inspector Gregson's body. According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. She looks very Danganronpa coded. Yeah, I see that. The ultimate mortician. Oh! Time of death, indeterminate. Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. I guess she wrote that too. Okay. Interesting. So the body was tampered with. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat.
Is Gregson's fish and chips gonna be the reason that we solve this case? That... I don't even know what to call it.
And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate it? Is that even possible?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot.
Oh, then only the fish would have started to rot, he said.
With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Okay, so she's saying... fish in the overcoat was rotten. but body wasn't. So maybe his body was chilled for death, but the overcoat wasn't. Someone tried to... This guy's the time of death. Yep. And then Strongheart. This is important too. Strongheart told her not to put a time of death. Okay. Oh yes. One other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor... Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
What? Really? Look at how her eyes are shining. Okay, so... Yeah, Dr. Scythe was responsible for the autopsy, right? Oh, confirming the death. So she was in on the escape. We've pretty much determined from the previous case. Somehow. And then now she's saying that she did the autopsy of Clint. I take extensive notes when I play these games nowadays because when I first started playing the original trilogy, I didn't do that. And I would get to later parts of the case and I have no clue. No clue what they were trying to get me to figure out. So nowadays, I take extensive notes, so if I feel like I'm stuck in the trial, I can just go back to my notes and, like, maybe I'll find the one evidence thing that I forgot about. Because you have a whole list of, you have a whole court record of evidence. But sometimes there's, like, little details that you learn during the investigation that they don't have written in the description for these things that maybe is not super obvious, especially I play this, like, once a week. So, and then sometimes I take a hiatus from it, so it helps to write down as much as I can. And at least, you know, I can write down more than I need rather than less. And hopefully have something that I need to refer to later. Okay, so Dr. Scythe, the autopsy of Clint. Okay, she's gonna tell us about it right now. It's a good tip. It's hard to go back, especially after a long time of not playing. Yeah, I mean, even with the notes, I do get stuck sometimes, but even just writing things down, you know, writing stuff down or typing stuff out can help you memorize things. So sometimes I don't necessarily need to go refer back to the notes, but just writing everything down kind of helps me retain it for the next time that I play. So yeah. I actually used to write everything down on paper. I guess because of that, it was more like satisfying to write it down with a pen. But then when I really had to go look back in my notes, I would be like fighting against my bad handwriting and like flipping through pages and stuff. And now I can just Control F in my little notepad here. So just much better. I don't know why I did that. Old-fashioned thinking, I don't know. Typing stiff. Yeah, typing stiff. Okay. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man. Right, I forgot about that. Okay, so usually aristocracy is not autopsied, but Gregson, importantly, Gregson got it authorized. That's another connection that he has here. If we can only Control F on our notebooks, right?
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you would tell us more about what exactly happened back then, Dr. Gory. Okay. Yeah, okay, here we go. So what did she just say that I wanted to write down? Right, they got authorized. Evidence from the autopsy won the case. Everything's connected!
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yeah, I think she was blackmailed or something. There was blackmail in her case. Yes, that's my feeling as well. But yeah, I don't think she was acting of her own accord. Strongheart probably told her to do the same thing 10 years ago.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
Uh-huh. But then they made that guy take the fall. Probably like the only one not involved. So sad.
The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it.
That's what he says.
Of course he said that. I would say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh!
That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Huh? Oh, Mikotoba? Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father.
Yeah.
Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Isogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
You got a good point, lady. You got a good point, little lady. Is there anything I want to write down? Yeah, so... So for Clint's autopsy... Dr. Scythe was only an assistant. The lead was John Wilson. And she was even the second assistant, not even the first one. Only second assistant. First assistant was Sasato. Right. There's so much information being thrown at me right now. She's got tea to spill. She indeed does. And I honestly don't even have any tea to spill anymore. It's empty. All good.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see. Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks. It's gone, isn't it? That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away. Who?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records.
Gregson? No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes! 2 years ago, Herlock stole the Van Zeeks records. In the autopsy room. Herlock Sholmes
Was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Hmm? Iris? She pleads the fifth.
Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Runa can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
Yeah, I would chase after her.
Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes. 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember.
They're both using, like, these masks.
Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pup for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Right, so now we probably want to confront Herlock. So let's go back to his house. Iris was also there when he probably stole the records. Okay. Acting very suspicious. Not here. Oh? Alright, where could they be? Where could they be? Let's look around. Oh, he's gone now. Oh, even he's gone now. Okay. Room on Fresno Street. Police are still busily investigating in here, then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Isn't that Herlock's box? Hold on, I'm covering it. There's a box behind me. That looks like Herlock's. That's new. That was not there.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Maybe he's in the box. Like a Mary Poppins bag, just infinite.
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Okay, well, we all know what we're supposed to look at here. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside. Look. TG.
TG? Gregson! Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Why did I think it was Herlock's?
Oi! What do you think you're doing?
Is it Gina? It was Gina.
That's my trunk, that is. Hands off! Gina.
Where were you hiding? In the box.
I dunno. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Ardo!
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
You should hear 'em talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all of them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
Oh, did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't flamin' let me. 'Cause I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh, that's our Gina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities.
Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were mostly exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end, you mean? The end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure that date against it was 31st October.
Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name?
It weren't like a name I'd ever seen before. It was something like, it's no good. Can't remember. Don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Was it... you know... the one? The Shashin? Shashin?
Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but then the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin.
Yeah, Shin. Shin.
It was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
Eh? What? It does mean something?
Lord Van Seeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Okay, Gregson's secret notebook had details of all the Reaper cases. And also mentioned odd name, which is not this name that she's talking about. She remembers this one. It means the front part of your lower leg. Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot. Okay, so yeah. At the end of the list on October 31st, the day before he was murdered. And we don't know it yet. Okay. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
Day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got me own ways of getting results.
Oh yes, the puppy, I forgot.
When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then?
What you think, eh? Us we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here.
Right, because he looks oh so hellish honest. Gina, about your Hellhound there. She picks him back up every time. His little tail.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime.
But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby who managed to locate Trevor's workshop. That's true.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
The emotes! I love it. Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Well, these are the only two new things we've gotten. You know what, I haven't... Oh, wait, okay, there's nothing. Have we looked at these? I haven't read this yet! What is wrong with me? Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay. Then we already looked at this. Maybe the revolver? And smell who actually was holding it? I'm gonna try it.
Take that!
I don't get any repercussions if I say the wrong thing. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. I love this so much.
The Chief Inspector said woof to that, Otto.
Yes, I heard.
I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much.
Okay.
Ain't you got nothing else?
I'll have a think. Unless I don't have it yet. That's possible. Let's try the papers. I'm just gonna try a few things just to see, and then if they don't work, let's go off and look for something else. We might as well, we're already here. It just takes a minute, is the thing. Okay. Okay, she says we're trying to trace Inspector Gregson's movements. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't see that. Okay. Something about Gregson, then. Well, that would be his ID. Maybe it could be his ID. Although I think we know where it went. It was with Vigil and then taken by the redheaded guys. And then they just kept it. So we already know where that was. Now this is a mystery. The pocket watch is a mystery. So maybe it can be that. And I think that's it. Well, we also have the winder. I think that's it. So we have this, and this related to Gregson. Let's try the pocket watch. I like how he's called the Chief Inspector.
Take that!
How about that? He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh my god! It was the watch. Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it?
That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. There we go.
It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat, and as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
Sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh. I also thought she meant a real sandwich. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk.
Oh? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Oh.
Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
But you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent truck, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well?
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Okay. But what's in it, though? Other secrets? Okay, so... Mr. Sandwich... Beppo... I still remember his name. Seems to have stolen Gregson's trunk from the scene of the crime. Right.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene but subsequently recovered by Gina. Oh. Puppy upset. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Oh! Dog attack! Dog attack!
Toby! Boy! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo!
Okay, you hold on a second there. I'm about to look at this trunk. You ain't gonna stop me. This puppy ain't gonna stop me. There's blood on it. There's a cut on it. There's evidence on this damn thing. I'm telling you. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens.
Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
Are we about to go to a to be continued, though? Should I just look at it? Screw it, I'm just gonna look at it. Open sesame! Have a look inside.
Let's do it.
I'm worried we're about to go to a to be continued. I'm not gonna get to look at this until next time. And the anticipation is gonna kill me. I have to look at it. Trying to stay awake, but unfortunately must finish the replay in the morning. Good night and good luck. No worries, Weird Normal. Thanks so much for hanging out with us and being here. I appreciate it. And go get some good sleep. And we'll see you around. See you next time. Oh? What have we here?
Look, there's something inside. Let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad?
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh.
What is it?
It was for travel on 31st October.
Oh. I didn't consent to that download while I'm streaming. At least stream is still up. Okay.
Just one day before the incident.
What? Really? Okay, a passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Yeah, we knew that he was going to go to France at some point. I think he was going to take a job there. But he went there the day before. But you have a bit more left. You'll be good. Okay. Maybe we can go back to the other scene then in a second. I'll write this down. So, Gregson's trunk. Let's write down everything you find in here. Find a passport to go to France. For 31st. Day before he's killed. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Okay, let's go back then.
Hail a carriage!
2nd November, 4:57 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Dog knocked him out? Oh my god.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susato. Oh, there he is. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, you dropped dead after a moderate licking by our small terrier. Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Maybe now we can confront Herlock.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we have no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Alright, let's look at the trunk. So, we looked inside. I don't know if we're finished yet. Okay. Anything up there? Anything on the edges? I think that's it. Okay. And then we have the blood. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
I knew you were going to say that. That presumably means...
That this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If we didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Those damn fish and chips! Oops. Has blood on it. And it has this slash. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
I wonder how it happened. Okay, well that's all we're gonna get from it. Alright. I'm sure we'll learn more later. Look at this. Okay, Tobias Gregson, passport number ACD0522. Date of departure within 1 week from 31st October. Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose, police business, notes, permission for the applicant, and 1 additional person to travel. Oh. Okay. I can just see all these little details I'm writing down being very important for next week when I'm in the case trial again. Okay. Let's talk to Mr. Herlock. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. That's it? Okay, maybe the tea?
The steam is rising gently from the kettle as always.
Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today.
Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me are ready.
Oh,
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know.
tears of joy, Mr. Sato, from my mouth. Okay. This is cute.
My desk is just as it was before I left.
Sumi ink and a calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Mr. Sato, and typically not you at the same time.
Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet.
Anyway, Sato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen.
Practice makes perfect, as they say.
I'm just weirded out that we can't say anything else to him. Do I just leave? I mean, everything in the environment is just going to be talking about it. Maybe this? Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan.
I know you're not particularly fond of the bitter taste, are you? So I do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you.
Oh. She does often serve up an unusually mellow blend, it's true. The anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway.
It is very difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay, maybe we need to go downstairs to have the tea? Yeah. Here we go. Sholmes is sweet.
Her mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Bodend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, deine Wut.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Oh, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns.
Iris?
Iris, what's the matter?
Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there?
It's your dad! Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. He's not singing. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Oh, no.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean?
Oh my god. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet.
So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Of course, it's been a while. The Great Deduction. Topic 1. Man's identity. I already know who it is, man! Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea.
You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now, to the next question. Who, exactly, is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the satay? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschrick Sigismund von Ormstein. I think I've heard this name. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? He can't be this stupid. Like, he can't be this stupid. He must think I'm stupid to believe that he's this stupid. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. The King of Germany. Girls. Silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Oh, yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me! I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup. So sullen. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. So sad. Just take it all in, guys. With your silence as well. The fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mr. Soto, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing.
according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words,
I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I remember him. I'm pretty sure he's the where? I would ask you to keep that minor error, in fact, to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. I need to find out the truth behind the mysterious... I didn't read it before I pressed the button, I'm so sorry. Mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Yes, I think so. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand what asked to desist, so why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? Answer, of course, Iris is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. Reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling revealed by the herbal tea. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? Really, guys?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Maybe under the blanket is, Oh, it's the gramophone.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the satay? The satay. As it happens, a number of years ago, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears?
Don't remind me. Or anyone else.
Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right. As well we know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
That would be, Sir Kazuma.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Indeed. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Yep. I don't believe it.
Father!
I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato, you must be mistaken.
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
Is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba.
logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. This is the most ridiculous one yet. Oh my god. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. I don't think so. Something tells me Iris created this scenario knowing Sholmes would go on a tangent trying to deduce everything. She just wanted to make a little mystery room for him. Like an escape room, you know. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
No, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
What can we look at? Trunk, we have the metal chest. Is one thing. Probably the metal chest, huh? The slipper? I don't think so. And then all we have left is the... Yeah, okay.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Ah. I didn't even notice. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need open this chest. Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't!
Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! What the fuck was that? He's dead.
Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
Ah. Oh, you found your voice now, Iris. Huh. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes. The real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of the finger before?
Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Oh, well, you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Hi. What you got there, girly? A key?
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. We're gonna watch this again. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh, I thought she had something in her mouth! That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Ruuuvo.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened.
But
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf, and the cup of tea, and above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf
Is actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Oh, would you expect anything less?
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Ruuuvo.
Yeah, some Looney Tunes happened here. This thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. That was cute. I like how he fell exactly on top of Mikotoba. I know, like, every limb. Exactly.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
I don't know, Iris. I don't trust you right now.
Objection!
Oh! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Yeah, I didn't think that was quite true. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. No.
It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup.
It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time. Oh! Oh!
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no!
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks. Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? So she's the one that stole it? Maybe because it talks about her dad? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me!
To hide the case file. Protection complete. 2 years ago, Iris stole the record. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting Detective Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
Yeah, I figured. The writing?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah! Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. I almost thought that Iris gave him tea to make him fall asleep or something. I don't know. I do not know. No better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on.
I'm hoping we're near the end here. Let's talk to her. Yo, daddy. Lay him on the chest and surprise him awake. He'll just knock you out asleep and knock you out, back, up, out, up, in. Yeah. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside the metal chest.
That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
And when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
That's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
You didn't know his name!
Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley.
Huh.
But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Okay. So... she stole it because she recognized handwriting. Dad's. And that way was able to name Okay. Goodness. Autopsy report.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the lab, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it. I don't really blame her.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
I'm surprised they never figured it out in all these years. I think it was 2 years ago. My goodness. Good night, Peace Man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And we'll see you later. See you. I'm hoping to wrap up stream soon too, but we gotta get to a stopping point.
The signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report.
Read Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley.
Okay.
I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. What's it say?
I must apologize, Iris.
This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise.
And don't be so hasty. Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Alright, Clint's autopsy report was added into the court record. The autopsy report of the final victim of the infamous professor. The report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson.
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Oh, Iris. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean
What? Okay, I'm gonna look at it. Alright, what do we got? Alright. Coroner, John H. Wilson. Victim, Flint Van Zeeks. 33. British. Oh my god. He was British. Time of death, 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. So it looked like he wrote something with red ink. He was killed in a duel. And they found evidence in his stomach? I don't know what they're about to talk about. I just had to look at it myself first. Okay. Duel. Let's see what they're trying to say right now.
That would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
What? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's.
What? Professor Mikotoba's? So all the case notes in the chest are from Mikotoba instead? Indeed. It's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Oh, okay. I'm having ideas too, and I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what's the truth. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. Okay, so he wrote it, but then Wilson signed it.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? We saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. The report from the autopsy of the professor's final victim. It's signed by Dr. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, though Professor Mikotoba actually penned the report. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
Mm-hmm. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. Oh, shit! But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Ray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you.
To my great friend and partner, Mikoto.
What the heck? Professor Mikotoba. Where does that leave us with Iris, though? What about Iris, though? What's going on? Sholmes and Mikotoba.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, 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 my dear. I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though.
You know, Mikotoba does have the look of Wilson, because he has, like, the little mustache and the hat. Oh my god.
How my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray, remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner.
Didn't get any credit for it.
Father.
Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Of course. I'd almost forgotten about that.
I didn't. You better speak up now, old man!
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Been fooling around with British ladies!
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
I think it's a lie. I think it's a lie.
Oh my word, Mrs. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
Whoa. I don't think it's the truth.
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain, and I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris.
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare.
No. Hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot, just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man! Toss him! Out the window.
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, why did you get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
Oh, whatever!
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies.
So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Something's gonna happen. Something is gonna fucking happen. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What? I'm confused.
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests.
I was like, oh, whose best interest, if you know what I mean.
I trust you, completely.
You didn't seem like you trusted him 5 minutes ago. Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well, then. Speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. Oh, right. A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Okay, there we go.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed
Oops, sorry.
were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Title drop. Title drop.
To be continued.
End? End? What do you mean end? Huh? End? A meteor struck and they all died. Huh? Final? That was the end of the case? Whoa! Okay. So the last case in the game lasts 2 chapters. Whoa! I didn't realize we were gonna get to the end of a freaking chapter now. We're in the end game now. Wow. Okay. So we're starting the final. So it's the same case, but it's the final chapter of the game next time. Wow. Okay. Well, no wonder it took extra time today. I was like, man, this is really long for investigation day 2. It doesn't usually do this. That's really interesting. Well, we learned a lot today. I do not think that he is Iris's dad. So that's still a mystery. I don't know who her dad is. He was the Herlock partner the whole time. Okay. Do I need to write anything down? Probably. I mean, I'm going to take a whole week to get back to this. So let me just play some music. Final countdown. It's the final countdown, y'all. Wow. Okay. That's fun, though. I'm glad we're making some good progress. So we'll be done with this game soon. I think as long as I keep playing this at least once a week, I should hopefully finish this before Maji Gaiden comes out. Okay. So... let's see. Mikotoba has been Herlock's partner this whole time. I mean, I'm almost wondering if Iris is Herlock's daughter, and somehow, for some reason, is hiding that from her. I don't fucking know. Don't tell me anything. Don't tell me anything. I'm just like, I'm throwing shit out there because now, well, unless Wilson really was her dad, and he is now dead, so. Herlock does not. You can't just say it like that. Oh my god. He does not engage in activities such as this. Oh my god. Well, in any case, he's her adoptive father. We can put it that way. How about that? I don't know if there's anything else revealed that I really need to write down. Just the biggest thing is that Mikotoba was his partner. He and Herlock went off on their adventure. Alright, I think we're ready for next time. Alright, speaking of next time, I should be playing more of this next week on Thursday. Thursdays are the Ace Attorney days around here. And I will also be streaming tomorrow playing some Dead Space with Ruuuvo. I'm gonna try to get through the game as fast as I can at this point. Maybe not do as much side stuff. Just do all the juicy, scary stuff, you know? Forgot the part where the meteor kills them all. Yeah, sorry. And the meteor crashed down and killed them all. Okay, good. I'm glad I have that written down for next time. Okay, anyway. I'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Central Time with some Dead Space remake. And then after that, we'll be back next Tuesday through Friday at 9:30 p.m. Central Time playing Kiwami, more of this game, and more Dead Space. But aside from that, thank y'all so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. I know we did kind of a longer stream tonight, so we went a little later. Appreciate y'all hanging out here. Yeah, thank you whether you were lurking or chatting. I appreciate each and every one of you. There's all my social media if you want to follow me anywhere. We also have a Discord. Since it's so late, I'm going to skip the raid tonight. We're not going to do one. I'm just going to skedaddle. I'm really hungry. I need to go get some sleep. Be ready for stream tomorrow. But yeah, I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your nights. And take care of yourselves. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye.